Canada. The best I got. Somebody said, yeah, Canada. It's Canadian flag. It's what we got. Go land of maple syrup and war crimes. Because it's never a war crime the first time. I love Canada. Canadians make me happy. The American medical system does not make me happy. Sorry I'm late. I strive to never be late, but I needed to take my wife to the doctor. She needed to get her pain injection. It's always funny, they tell you to be here at a certain time and then there's never any rhyme or reason for why you're there at that time. So, it is what it is. So, I'm actually looking forward to having a little bit of time today to sit and enjoy in game. Something that I very rarely get enough time to do. I think that's another thing that being an adult it's weird. Like, adults buy a PlayStation 5, they buy a gaming computer, they buy an Xbox. I don't even know. I don't understand Xboxes. So I'm going to say they buy the most new up-to-date Xbox because I have no Series X. I don't know. I don't care. And then it sits in the corner and they never have time to play it. I think that's the travesty. Not having a chance to actually enjoy what your hobbies. It's kind of funny. My daughter is an adult now. I have one child left. She's in like her first like serious adult relationship, and she's trying to figure out how to buy a birthday gift for the first time where the boyfriend isn't a teenager, which is kind of cute to watch. I'm sure she'll murder my face off if she hears me refer to it as cute to watch, but it's kind of cute to watch, like trying to figure out what to do and what to give. It's cute, it's endearing. Like when you're a kid, like you kind of have all the same habits, the hobbies as your boyfriend does, because there's not a lot like in the realm of, teenager. You gravitate that way. When you're an adult, you can have completely different hobbies, pastimes, distractions, interests, versus your intimate partner. So she's like trying to figure it out now. It's so cute. Kids trying to work it all out. My response is just give me a book. If you don't know what to get me for a holiday, just give me a gift card. Like, give me a gift card to a bookstore. I can guarantee you it will get used. There is going to be no confusion as to what I'm buying. I am really enjoying the last book of The Way of Kings. I got it for Christmas. Again, I got a book for Christmas. But I wanted to reread all of the Way of Kings series before I got into it. And I forgot how long the Way of Kings series is. Taking like forever. So, all right, now what was I working on today? Oh yeah, I don't think I built a last fail. I built one and then I crushed it accidentally. Hard to go wrong with a Barnes & Noble gift card. Yeah, you can't go wrong with with a Barnes and Noble gift card. You just can't. It's such a good direction to go. It's better if you know what book they want, because it's always nice getting a gift that's like immediately usable. But if you don't know exactly what they want, you can't go wrong with a gift card. All right. After yesterday and how long it took us to kill that stupid thing, I'm not doing that again. Build on my other sets. Okay, so for this set, oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't calibrate the Tide set that I built. Oh, did I just not do the boots? So, yeah, that was ridiculous, man. The amount of that guy's just a bullet sponge. It's like, just die already, would you? I do wish that they would tweak the gear menu a little bit. It would be nice if it would be nice if when we went in we could like unequip everything, as opposed to like it's like I want to go in, I want to just give me new build, unequip everything, just let me make a new build. Sometimes it's a little annoying. Oh, that's right. That's the mask and the helmet. I'm like looking at the two of them. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, everything else should be done. Okay, so that build is done. Now we're going to do shrapnel. I started this yesterday. Shrapnel damage, shrapnel crit. Which, it's this one. And then for this build, we'll do that. We'll do that. 3-piece Tide. And 2-piece Lone Wolf. Make sure the mods are right. Yeah, I need to do one of those 800,000 per shot bingo builds. You know, I have to be doing something wrong, or the people that are making those videos have to be cheesing it somehow, because for some odd reason, I mean, I realized I have to fix one of my mods in my bingo build, which I'm hopefully going to be able to do today. But man, some of these people, they have completely distorted the reality of this game. They've made these videos, and now everybody's like, if you're not doing this level of damage, you suck. Well, there's a problem with that. And the problem with that is, some people, if you look at all the mods in the video and look at your mods, yeah, if you look at all them, and that's where I'm trying to figure out, like, how are they doing it? Like, I'm wondering if some of those videos are being made on private servers where they have the damage cranked to 11. Because otherwise I'm just an idiot and I don't know what I'm doing. Crit and status, crit and elemental. I don't even know why I kept that one. Precision, lunar. Crit, this has to be the one that I intended to use. Okay. You. Mobility, stability, stability, mobility and stability. No, that's wrong. Then that has to be accuracy, which I don't think I have. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Then the bingo. Let's finish that. Yep, that's right. That is not right. We're looking for the shrapnel mod. That's bomber. That's bomber. Shrapnel. Shrapnel 6, weak spec 15. Shrapnel crit damage 20%. Yeah, that's the best shrapnel I have at the moment. Chest is good. Legs will be... each crit grants 5% crit damage. Yep. Gloves will be the crit rate one. Yep. Feet will be crit damage. Right. No, it's not this one. It's gonna be that one. I'm just gonna, because I'm gonna be, yep. That should be right. All the way across. Yep, I think that's right. Crit, crit, crit. Crit damage 18. It sucks. Man, it sucks that I didn't finish building out my lunar mods the way I would have loved them. Before the lunar event went away. I hope they bring the lunar event back. I think they've made a huge, giant mistake, and they don't realize it, or they don't care. And they should not have discontinued the Visional Wheel. I guess it's because they don't want to be managing like different servers across the board. But imagine starting the game now and finding out there's builds you literally can't build into because you didn't play the game last year. I could get down with it if it was an MMORPG. But right now, if somebody like, and that's what somebody said, they said to one of my videos, they said, thank you for the feedback, because you didn't tell me to just go build a lunar build, which that's what everybody's doing. They're like, run this build, and the people are like, but I can't get the mods easily. And people are like, well, you can still get the mods. Yeah, you can still get them, but not easily. We used to get 10 to 15 mods in a night. Now they can get one mod every 500 crystals they get. That's a big investment. So I don't know if they really thought through this deal well enough. Like, if they really chewed it down and said, did we really think this through? Did we really consider our game? Like, did we really consider our game for the whole 9 yards? And it seems to me like they're in trouble, and this is just my perception. It seems like they're in financial trouble because they're constantly doing things that are clearly designed to make more money. And that's fine, because a company has to do what a company has to do to survive financially. And getting to the point where they could sell the private servers makes a lot of sense. But tell your player base that. Say to your player base, we have to make some decisions because we're not economically viable. It was like we had another person in the chat yesterday that said, I think the choices they're making are stupid. And I was like, yeah, but the choices they're making are designed because they run all their stuff on cosmetics. He's like, I understand that, but I'm never going to buy cosmetics. Well, then you're not one of their customers and they don't give a shit about you. Nor should they give a shit about you. Because you're not really one of their customers. You're the fodder. See, and that's where we have the disconnect, because in a pay-to-win game, you kind of know that you're the fodder because you're designed to be that. But in this, everybody's supposed to be cooperating, except yesterday. Oh, yesterday is just part of that drama that happens on servers. This guy that has just a loud mouth about how he's mad that people went and tore down everything he built. And all I said was maybe people thought what you built sucked. He got so mad. He's like, well, your answer, it's pretty obvious. You're the one tearing it down. It's like, dude, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. I went to one of his events yesterday and we lost. And he's raging just in chat over and over and over. And I'm just, again, you know what? I blame the leadership. Just how it's going to be. I blame the leadership. Well, that's new and exciting. If the wheel spins to something new every 3 months, I don't see Lunar coming back until 2027 at the earliest. I'm sure we'll see another high damage mod scenario, but it won't be Lunar unless they make it a thing for private servers. Yeah, and if they make it a thing for private servers, then you won't be able to bring those over anyway, which I don't think it's a bad thing. I think there should definitely be a separation between the live servers and the private servers. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what direction they go with the future of this game. What? There. After triggering... Oh, yeah, that one stays that way because that's bound sand shrapnel. Elemental damage. I gotta fix the other build as well. I didn't switch that too. Oh. Hi. That was a bad day. See, I like events like this. I wish they would do more of these public crisis events, but I wish these public crisis events wouldn't be so easy. It would be great if they were like King of the Hill or Wave, where it's like you trigger it, and then the more waves you clear, the more rewards you get. As it is right now, it seems like they had to start gearing up to fight level level 70 mobs, but now we don't really how can I say this, not everything has a level 70 version, so they got us building builds to fight level 70 mobs, but now that we're doing that all the time, everything else is becoming really easy. Hello, buddy. Hello. So it's gonna be interesting. I do want to give them a big kudo for the way they did the classes. The classes bring a lot to the game. The classes bring a lot to a game that was missing, and I don't think... Some people are complaining about how easy the class system is, and it's pretty clear they haven't even scratched the surface. Or they got all their information by watching guides and they haven't done it themselves. I've been really specific in not watching any guides for the class system. I will say that they didn't do a very good job of doing a tutorial for it. Your problem. Why you all? Hold on one second. Oh, damn it. My gaming PC decided that it wanted to start revving as if it was off to the races. I wanted to make sure like a fan wasn't clogged. Always scares me when the PC is like when the PC is like, yeah, we're going to spin up to 9,000 RPMs. You've watched 4 or 5 and can tell you no one has figured out half the shit I sent you. Yeah. Most of the people haven't figured out most of the stuff. But so the people are watching the videos and they're like, that's it? No, that's not it, but you need to dig. Like, your vending machine trick was really good. I mean, if you want to know everything that's in all the possible recipes, you just exchange something for food, and then you can see all of the food recipes. which was, I mean, you can see all of them there. It doesn't tell you everything they're gonna do, but you can see here's the goal. Supreme Meat Platter. Upon triggering a keyword effect, gain crit damage plus 3%, stacks up to 9%. And then if you make this with different meats, it gives you bonus to shrapnel or bounce or the other ones. And so it becomes a matter of, can you make Ultraman to get damage to normal enemies and elites, and or like source of deviation, continuously lose large amounts of sanity, but for every 20% sanity loss, weapon status damage 1%. Well, that doesn't seem like a lot, but when you start stacking it with all these other foods, there's people doing ridiculous amounts of damage. Chefs, in my opinion, chefs are the best class to be playing, but you almost need to have a hive now, because you need to have people that can make the other bits and bobs. You need people that can do the grafting. You need people that can do yeah. This is how you stack the best foods. Don't bother with the rest of the class. Except then people don't realize that inside the rest of that class, there is a awful lot of work you need to do. And then you need grafted plants to make the best food. And so, yeah, it always hurts my soul when you see people not getting the best part of a game because all they care about is stats. This is where I said I think we're reaching the crossover break point between gamers who at least had some tabletop experience and gamers who have none. And the reason why that's important is role-playing games no longer drive you to having to build well-rounded characters. Role-playing games now are basically, what do I build that I do the most damage in? Like, how do I do the most damage? Well, it's not about the most damage. It's about how do you effectively solve the problem. You tried to watch one of my VODs yesterday, but the audio wasn't working. You'd have to tell me which one you tried to watch so that I could go in. There is a part of one VOD that is muted. A 10-minute, like a 5-minute section of one of my VODs is muted. You'd have to tell me which day it was though, so I could pull up that particular VOD. Three days ago. Politics topic. Okay. Let me see. Create a dashboard. Content. Video producer. Copy. Paste. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Let me look up here. Yeah, it looks like... No, it's not you. Oh. Yeah. Let me go in and... I know what the problem is. The problem is... my Twitch VOD track is 6. And the other day I was having a problem with OBS, and so I had to take my audio off of all of my tracks except one, so I could make sure that OBS wasn't doing something, and then I must not have ever put the tracks back on all the other tracks. Because what it is you designate which audio track is going to be saved for Twitch, and I had 6 saved. Because you don't want one saved, because one is your live. So let me go in and, well, yeah, what I'll do is I'll go in and I will unpublish the last 2 VODs. Yep, thank you for letting me know. Otherwise, if you hadn't let me know, I never would have encountered that. Oh, I never would have encountered, and that would have been awkward. That would have gone on for a while, and then we gonna stop, please? Thank you. It would have been a matter of... Yeah, it's been a few VOD now. Yeah, thank you. It's probably been a couple of VODs because I was working on fixing my mic. There's only so much I'm ever going to be able to do. It's always going to sound like I'm gargling gravel. But, I was hoping to clean up the audio so when I make YouTube videos, I don't have to spend so much time in post-production. Because, as ChatGPT tells me, I breathe like a dragon. So. I can't believe how fast the year is tearing up. Like it's unreal how fast time is flying. The last couple of weeks, like I realized I leave for Disney in less than 2 weeks now. And I thought to myself, that can't be. Yeah, this year has been a quick one. So it's going to be interesting to see how... It's going to be interesting to see how, honestly, Once Human can stack up. It's done a really good job in the first year of retaining its player base. What do you... Would you stop attacking the disco ball, you dumb dog? It's going to be interesting to see how they can continue to hold up. They got to their 1-year anniversary, and they have a strong player base. I mean, they have over 40,000 people playing on Steam, and they have their own launcher. So it's going to be insightful, to say the least, to see if they can continue to hold on to players or even grow. I think the next game that's going to come out that's going to really be a hit is going to be Chrono Odyssey. I don't know how long it's going to be a hit, but it seemed to be fairly well received during the beta. There were some problems because they chose to make some content restricted. You couldn't see it. They didn't want people to see it during the beta. They also kept some classes close hold, but we should be getting the other beta soon. The other piece that's going to be interesting, you think they pushed the release? Did they? That sucks. I don't want to hear that. Don't be telling me that bad news and shit. I don't want to hear that. Well, see, I don't want to see that game get pushed, because then that game is going to butt up against ArcAge 2. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that happen either. I'd like to see ArcAge 2 launch neat and clean. Oh. But we're in like a drought of MMORPGs. We're in like a really, really big drought. I genuinely believe the next game company that can launch a solid fantasy-based MMORPG is going to capture a huge market share, just because it doesn't even have to be good. There's just nothing else coming out. Oh, that's sad though if they're going to be pushing, because we need something. The genre needs something. But video games in general, like Final Fantasy Tactics is coming out, that's going to keep me busy, and that'll keep me busy in like late September. But it's rough, man. It's rough. And then Starry, they've got a long way to go with some decisions that they make. And I wish that they would let us know why they're making the decisions. I think that's a big part of understanding a game development company. Like, why are you doing what you're doing? It's one thing to do the thing that you're doing, right? But why are you doing it? Why are you like? I wish I could go like one gaming show without talking about Ashes of Creation, but it's just, I don't think you can. Why is it you said that you were going to do something? Like, ingrain security features from the very beginning, and then now you're hiring your security person. I'm not saying that you don't have any, but it seems a little weird that you're getting close to Alpha 3 and now you're hiring the anti-cheat specialist. You know what I'm saying? Like, seems a little weird, maybe? Why is Starry focusing on what they're focusing on? I'm sure they have a reason. I'm absolutely sure they have the reason for what they're doing, but we don't know what that reason is. So we can't really feel confident. That whole feel word. We can't feel confident in what they're doing because we don't know what they're doing. Right? It would just be nice if a company would say, like, if Chrono Odyssey is going to push, if they said, we've decided to push because we received a lot of feedback during testing and we want to make sure that we can properly implement that. Then you say, oh, okay, well, I can I can get down with that. I can accept that. I can respect it. But if they just kind of, you know, we don't know. Well, what do you mean you don't know? Let's see if we can find that answer real quick. Chrono Odyssey delayed until 2026. Let's see. A lot of criticism from the recent closed beta of Chrono Odyssey. This highly anticipated next-generation MMORPG is going through a lot of changes. It was scheduled for release in late 2024. It's now been delayed again. Yeah, the CEO just said they can't confirm it, that it will happen this year. But yeah, they've pushed the release until next year. That sucks. The team outlined that many players enjoyed the core gameplay, key areas like combat responsiveness, animation quality, camera behavior, graphic fidelity fell short. Yeah, so apparently, yeah, apparently it is delayed. And I hate the sensationalism. The game is delayed due to the CBT collapse. Well, what CBT collapse? The game didn't collapse. But it's all sensationalist headlines now. That's all we ever get. So I guess we're stuck with Once Human then. Yeah. And then they've got nothing really in the pipeline for this. That Pokemon battle thing with the deviations is supposed to be coming, but we'll have to wait on that. Yeah, if Starry stops driving the game into the ground. And the sad part is, it's like I've said, they have such a great game. They have such a great foundation for their game. And the class system is the right direction. Like, introducing the class system was the right thing to do. But because they didn't balance it very well. Like, I'm not saying not to introduce the class system, but think about that for a second. You're going to allow... Food buffs are already really, really powerful. So you're going to allow one class to have food buffs. Okay. No problem. But then are you surprised when people are now suddenly able to clear the content in 2 minutes? Didn't I just do Paradise Lost? Yeah, I just did that one within the last hour. Let me see if I can... Let's see if I can clear this. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to clear this. I gotta start doing all of my seasonals. Actually, I think before I clear this, I want to try to fix Let's zip out here real quick. I'm gonna try to fix some mods or build some mods for my bullseye set. We haven't even seen what happens when a chef PvPs a non-chef. Oh, it's gonna be a nightmare, because you can a chef can equip a safety sandwich and a damage boost, which a non-chef will have to make the choice between one or the other. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer at all. Right, mods, armor mods, mod conversion. See, purple, blue, green, green. Perfect mod, but not the right stats. That's gonna be one of those days, huh, game? Okay, we'll try this one. Purple, blue, green, green. It's the right stats. It's gonna be rough. That's gonna be a rough upgrade. Nope. Nope. Some days, the game is just destined to not like you. Today is one of those days. Purple, I will try to upgrade this, and then I'm already out of I'm already out of decent mods. There's one. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I don't think that it'll take that 60% of metahuman back to 100%, because we don't get buffs to our individual food. The chef doesn't get a buff to the individual food. The chef gets a buff to the recipes if they consume it, and we can't make that particular food. What we make doesn't remake what already exists. So no, I don't think that would happen. Oh, I don't have,
Still no sign of Eve or Kelly. Must have been taken somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't think that it, because that you get to stack a second buff, but you don't get an improvement to the food. No. Now, could it happen that way because of a bug? That wouldn't surprise me, but it's a shame too, because one of the few times I agree with something weird that somebody said was when the person made the comment about Mortal Online 2 and you're killing the soul of the game. I definitely like the class edition. I think it's a good addition. But I also definitely agree when people say your changes are killing the soul of the game, because they are. what you're doing is you're taking the soul of the game and you're making radical changes to it, and you're making improvements to it, without a doubt. I'm not saying these aren't improvements, but I definitely understand people's concern where they say you're making such radical changes to the game, not everybody's going to like them. And not everybody has to like every change to the game. But you got to be careful when you're making changes. If you're making changes in your net gaining players, then you're okay. But if you're making changes in your losing players, they release 3 cool classes, none of them counter the other. They're not meant to counter each other. In PvE, and the argument is that I've seen a little bit on the PvP side is that someone has said that depending on who sees who first, if the Beastmaster sees their opponent first and gets their pets summoned, then won't that give them a huge advantage? Because they have their pet on them. Is it possible to solo a Prime War? Yes, you can solo the Prime Wars. People solo the Prime Wars quite frequently. You can't. I haven't seen anybody solo a Nightmare Prime War yet, but I've seen people solo the first 2 tiers, the first 3 tiers. But yeah, I've seen people solo. I mean, I personally have soloed the first tier of Prime Wars, so it's doable. Yeah, it's not about them soloing. It's about them getting on top of them. Because if you have to address, you can't leave the pet alone. You can't ignore it. So if the pet, it's just like the Lone Wolf Whisper. If I see you before you see me and I summon my pet, you're dead. Not because the pet's gonna kill you, but because you've got to address the pet. Because if you don't, the pet will kill you. And while you're addressing the pet, I'm killing you. Now, some people will say, well, I wouldn't kill your pet, I would just kill you. Sure. But then while you're hitting me, my pet's also hitting me, and we're fighting each other, and you're taking extra damage.
Stay alert.
They didn't think through a lot of things. They just didn't. They just didn't think to themselves, how is this going to play out? You could never finish the Leia Lab solo. I managed to finish soloing it the other day, but it didn't give me credit. Because I had done the first part with a partner. So now I've got to go in and finish soloing it for the Mitsuku marks. Now, solo it in 20 minutes, that's never going to happen. That's not my, that's not the goal. I just have to finish it solo. Then I gotta start running around and doing all those other quests. For my marks. What? fell off of a cliff, died, and then died on the way down. I think that has to be the absolute worst death I've had. There's no box up here anymore. Oh yeah, settings, audio, music off. Somehow, this is one thing that I will say Starry and NetEase need to get on the same page about. They have a piece of copyrighted music used in their game, so every streamer that makes content can't monetize their videos. Because they didn't buy the licensing for rebroadcast. And then they wonder why people are upset. Because you have a streamer who lives off of their content creation money, and then they find out they can't monetize their VODs. Well, that's not particularly you know, a reason for people to want to make content for your game. Then that's something that game companies need to be really specific on. Did you make sure you have all of the proper copywriting
Right here.
for your game?
Kelly, my darling. Come to mommy. Kelly, my darling child. Rest now. I'm here.
Looks like
An uninvited guest. Tell me, do you dream?
What's reloading? Reloading is overrated.
life is immune to damage.
That's just funny to me.
No one can wipe away dreams.
Come on, magic portal people. You want to show up? There we go. It's the magic portal people. Flame. Ice over there. This is my first time playing Manibus. How can you fast from Stardust? The evolution's called Caesar because of the Hive Conquest location. The only real... The fastest ways to farm Stardust is to set up an actual Stardust farm. Which you need the Memetic for. On an established Manibus server, you should find a handful of people that sell it as their livelihood. Doing your Blackfell run around and crushing everything you don't need. But yeah, the absolute fastest way is always going to be that, is going to be if you get the Memetic for it, you mine Stardust ore, and you use fuel and then you turn it into Stardust. There's not too many events. I mean, you can go to all the public crisis events and you can pick up a little bit, same way picking up acid. But yeah, Manibus doesn't have an effectively easy way to get Stardust if you don't have the mimetic. Once you have the mimetic, it's easy. I mean, we probably have 40,000. Oh no, we probably have about 25,000. After all I made a bunch of weapons this morning. What's up? Yeah, crush the weapons, crush the calibrations you don't need. Damn it, I did it again. This fight in particular, to my knowledge, this is one of the few fights that you can't skip the phases on. You will always... You will always have to do 2 phases. It's not like you have a set amount of damage time. You will always have to fill the containers twice. Only 20k? Yeah, I just used a bunch up this morning. Where's your... You didn't drop an orb? Oh. This is why you don't want to waste... You don't want to accidentally misthrow your orbs. Okay. Stay over here. There it is. Give me that. Yeah, we have plenty of mats to make more. See, when she stays down low, then the bounce sniper rifle is okay. Because I can catch a lot more bounces. It's when she's really high and I'm not able to catch bounces off of the upper pillars. It's nice when she's low and I can hit the... When I can hit the Goombas coming out of the portal as well. Free reloads are always nice. Wow, she took that shit all shades of personal. Oh, it would help. It helps immensely if you actually equip your whims.
Mother of Life is immune to damage because of the polarized source.
Okay, Eve, stop it. You're being a bit of obnoxious. Yeah, that's called being obnoxious, Eve. That one's done. Oh, and how nice. You gave me an ice one as well. That's what I needed. Thank you. I don't know what's going to happen now. The game is actually being cooperative. I was clearly in that one, so I don't know what went on there. Oh, I know. I think I know what happened. I think the bounce bullet killed her. Some odd reason when the bullet bounces and kills them, it doesn't always bring their soul up to the container. There we go. That one's done. Uh-oh. That's the bad part of the day you don't want to run into. Yep. So I have exactly one more screw up, and that's it. I don't know. Something on GameCube being $85. That's not really that surprising, considering how old GameCube is. I mean, you got to remember, The GameCube is pretty old of a system. So just being able to find a functional copy of something. I know somebody paid a couple of $100 for a copy of Final Fantasy Tactics because they wanted one and they couldn't get a hold of one. And the one they found, like, they wanted to stream it or play it. Okay, the Mother of Damage is vulnerable again. So now it's just about not dying. I have a lot of respect for the people who can do this in sub 20 minutes. See, I'm not, yeah, when she's up there, I very rarely get any bounces back to her. That makes sense. Oh, okay, there we go. I was about to say, am I just not getting any? Nintendo made NES, Super NES, N64 apps for Switch, but made a GameCube one only for the Switch too. Yeah, maybe. I don't. I own a Switch. I don't usually play with it. It's my daughter's. She hurt my feelings. I bought her a couple of Final Fantasy games on the Switch, some of the old ones, for Christmas, and she doesn't play them. Hurts my feelings. Little jerk face. 7,170 minutes. Okay then. OpenAI drops a Chrome killer. OpenAI builds a browser because why not control everything? OpenAI is launching an AI-powered web browser to compete with Chrome. Because apparently owning the future AI wasn't enough, they want your browser history too. Interesting. That's very, very interesting. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, but I'll be right back. See, it would be nice if all these game companies would come up with a way that you don't have to keep rebuying all of your games. It is kind of bullshit that you have to constantly rebuy your games. I mean, you technically don't have to rebuy them. And this goes back to the whole Stop Killing Games lawsuit. It's like, yes, I understand what your goal is. Yes, I understand what your position is. Yes, I understand what your desired end state is. But the way you're going about it isn't a good way to go about it. And man, honestly, Pirate Software, he fucking deleted himself. Like, it takes a lot for a content creator to unify everybody on an issue, and I don't think I've seen one video. I don't think I've seen one single video of anybody taking his side. I haven't, in a couple of places, I didn't necessarily quote take his side. I did look at the situation and say, you know what? We have to look to get more information. But then when we look and we get more information, like, yeah, you probably were the cause of a lot of their problems. Stop Killing Games. But at the same time, if he hadn't made the videos that he made, and 10 months later there wasn't something for everybody to rally behind, then that initiative never would have passed. I looked at the initiative, I looked at the numbers, and their daily average signature sign-off was already dipping by the time he made his video. So it's not like his video was responsible for... They weren't getting like 4,000 signatures a day. He did the video, and then all of a sudden they're getting 10 signatures a day. But my God, man, he just can't seem to control himself. And now he threw down some stupid shit on his stream where he was like, and these people are saying that I said I was a Blizzard dev. When did I ever say I was a Blizzard dev? Yeah, with the Pirate Software thing. So I thought to myself, that's probably not a good response. Where he said, well, when did I ever say he was a Blizzard? Well, I was a Blizzard dev. Somebody went back through and pulled up, like, yeah, dude, you said it about 8 times. Because one of the things you said, and one of the things I agree with, all people that work on the development of a game are developers. Break, when we start talking about specifics, then we're are we talking about big D developer or little d developer? Because everybody who works on the development of a video game is a developer of that video game. But when we think developer, inside of our mind, what we're thinking is we're thinking the people who code the game. That's who we're thinking. We're thinking of the programmer. Yes, the artist is a developer because the artist works on the development of the game. You can't have art without the artists, and that's a fair designation. But when we're talking about developers, we're talking about the people who write the game, not all the other people that support the game, because those people are important, but that's not the context you were using it in. So now people have gone back, dug up the context. It's like, dude, you need to stop. You need to recognize you should have taken the L 2 weeks ago, and you didn't. And I feel bad. because I do have empathy for people that just can't seem to fucking get it. And I feel not bad about him or for him, but he's got people that work for him. He's got paid moderators. He's got the ferret rescue. He just can't seem to shut the fuck up. And those are the things that I worry about are going to get impacted. And now his game code got all like, his game code got reviewed. And I was just like, man, you should have just taken the L. You should have just realized you're a bit of an asshole. You should have just gone with the idea of, I have an opinion. But then I think all the things that have pieced together, I think we're just going to see him vanish into obscurity now. I think if he doesn't vanish into obscurity, I'll be shocked. Because that's going to be hard to overcome. Like, you done pissed off everybody. Ah, good. Can't believe I tried 5 mods, used all of my good fodder, and I didn't get shit. Welcome to your world. Yeah, you have had some rough, like, I can't complain too much because I have most of 2 sets done. Pirate Software definitely came off as if he had more experience than he did, right? And I don't know why anybody does that. Like, it's just gonna end up hurting his project, hurting his brand. It's already hurt another group, and at the same time, you're gonna get everything you deserve. You're gonna get everything you deserve. But what shouldn't be happening, you wonder how much he actually in the DoD hacking world. See, he wasn't in the DoD hacking world. He was in the Department of Energy hacking world. If he said DoD, I don't recall there being a quote where he said Department of Defense. I do recall him saying Department of Energy. Yeah, Department of Energy, because he was hacking nuclear reactors. But at the same time, what's now since happened is his whole credibility got called into question, because it's like, okay, you claim you're a hacker, but are you a hacker or a social engineer? Because now that you've decided, see, when you engage in a war of nuance, then the problem is all your nuances then come back. So somebody there's been like 15 videos made about him over the last week, and one of the things that was brought up, no, he's self-admitted that he's a social engineer. So now the problem is, do you have any solo credits, solo accolades, or have you always been a member of a team? Which is fine if you're a member of a team. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. There's no bad part of it. But now every single thing you said is going to come under scrutiny because you decided to make your personal life part of the discussion. And now, but here's the really interesting part. All the people that are having a go at him, I blame all them too. Because what you're doing is you can either put a piece of energy. If you take your personal life, you take your personal level of energy expenditure, you could be putting an ounce of energy into helping the initiative, or you can be putting an ounce of energy into going after Thor. And it's your choice where you put the energy. But all these people that they're saying, oh, well, I supported the initiative because it's a good initiative. Bullshit. No, you didn't. And you're a fucking liar. You didn't support the initiative because you thought it was a good initiative. The initiative had been around for 11 months. There was drama behind it. I've seen him a couple of his streams and he doesn't seem like no social person. Okay, you hurt my head. You have to be trolling at this point. Social engineering has nothing to do with being a social person. It helps if you're a social person. Social engineering has nothing to do with being social yourself. You have to be trolling at this point, man. You really do. Dude, you said he doesn't seem like no social person. I meant social engineer, but you literally don't know what it is. So stop talking. The guy above you just helped you out. All social engineering is just sending emails hoping that people click on links they're not supposed to. And then by doing so, you get the information you need. Or it's about calling on an extension and saying, yeah, hey, it's Jay from accounting. There's a problem with your paycheck. Yeah, I'm gonna send you a link. Can you please confirm your hours? And when I send you that link and you click on it, all of a sudden you've given me backdoor access to your system. It's why you never click on a link. That's why you never ever, when you answer the phone and somebody says, I'm sending you an email, can you click on the link? You never agree to do that. What you do is you say, hey, what department do you work for? And when they tell you what department they work for, you say, what's your name? I will give you a call right back. And then you hang up the phone and you call that department and you say, hey, can I talk to Brian in payroll? And they're like, yeah, this is Brian. I say, hey, Brian, I was just on the phone with you. And Brian will say, I wasn't just on the phone with you. And then you know, oh shit. But social engineering relies on the fact that people are impatient and they're worried and they want to get their shit done and they don't want to be inconvenienced. And you would think that after all these years, people would understand what social engineering is, and they don't. It's sad. Even in the fucking Air Force, we have this problem where people would be like, I clicked on a link. Why did you literally take biannual training? It literally tells you not to click on links. I didn't know. I was in a hurry. But such is the world that we live in. It doesn't matter how many times your bank will tell you, yeah, you are the reason I have to spend hours every year on fucking stupid training. Why I have, like, and why it's like, you just get back from 2 weeks leave, and then it's like, before you can use your computer today, you must complete your annual training. Great. Like, I didn't have enough shit backed up. Like, even on the... I got a phone call from a banking institution, and they're like, hey, we need you to call back because we need to talk to you. We're not going to give you a phone number to call. You're going to have to get that number on your own, but we need you to call in. So I went and I found my banking institution's phone number. I called in and I said, hi, I just got a really weird phone call. And they're like, yeah, hi, Mr. John. You did get a really weird phone call. We were reaching out to you because there's a problem. And we didn't want to give you a phone number because you now know that you've called into your banking institution. I said, yeah, because I went and found the number. They said, yeah, we get about 10 steps in. And then they're like, well, we're gonna send a code to your phone. And I said that I'm not going to be able to give you. And they said, well, what do you mean? I said, because literally when the code on the phone comes, it's going to say, you will never ask me for this number. And they got to the whole, well, this one time. No, not this one time. You are the system. You don't need this code. And the person was like, well, it would make it easier. Easier on who? Easier on me or easier on you? Because this doesn't sound like this is a me fuck up. This sounds like this is a you fucked up. And yeah, they ended up having to be like, yeah, we fucked up. Great, I'll go into the bank then. I'll solve it with the bank. That way we'll all be in the room together. We make systems and then we tell people, we literally tell people, do not give this number to anybody. We will never call and ask you for this number. We will never ask you for this number. Hey, I need that number. No, I'm not giving it to you. It's like, this is why we can't have nice things. Like all the people that don't understand about having two-factor authentication. Google just had how many millions of passwords? I'm sorry, let me back that up. Google just had how many billions of passwords leaked. And then they're like, you need to run around and you need to change all your passwords. Well, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it because of two-factor authentication. Fuck off. I managed to get 700 points by teleporting in. Thanks. What I needed to see. Alright, what do I have to work on for the seasonals? Use one construction blueprint to begin. Complete Public Crisis Ancient Ones trial once. Okay. I don't even think I have any blueprints, but we will try. Hi, little person. Hi. Why are you so upset? Why are you so upset? Did you get booted? Did you get booted out of the other? Oh, you did? You did? You got booted? You got sent away? What did you do to get sent away? What'd you do? What'd you do, huh? You got in trouble? See, she's such a good cat. She'll sometimes sit here in my lap with her paws on the desk. She'll sit like a toddler. She'll just sit real nice. Nope, not today. Sometimes, but not today. Okay. Use one construction blueprint to begin. I did that. Yeah, that is one thing that I wish that they would radically change. I wish that they would give much better instructions. One of these two, when you use these blueprints, if you do place, you have to build it manually. If you just do build, when you drop it, I'm sorry, when you do it, I did that backwards. When you do build, you have to do it yourself. When you do place, that's it, it's done. It would be so much nicer if they explained that. Like, you could, because you can drop your entire house then in one button. Like, I could build all of that in one shot if I had all the mats. Now, it would tell me, it would be annoying if I didn't have all the mats. It would say, you don't have all the mats. You don't have all the mats. You don't have all the mats. But that's okay. Like, just being able to drop the whole thing at one time is amazing. Okay, go do the Ancient One's trial once. Extract crude oil one time. I can go do that one real quick. Oh, I can't. I can't do that real quick. Let me switch builds. Just trying to bang out some of these things. If I had to give Once Human another critical complaint, it's that the permanent servers weren't done very well. And so having to redo everything again is fine, but they really need to focus on making sure the permanent servers get fixed. Because yes, you want your players logging in every day. You absolutely do. You want your players to log in every day. But if you can't have that, then you at least want your players to log in once a week. You want your players to remember that they have things that they wanted to get done or needed to get done. But as it is right now, the only thing I have left to do in this game, long term, is finish my mods. But then I have to ask myself, why am I worried about finishing my mods? So that, why am I worried about my mods? Oh, well, I'm worried about my mods so that I can do more content. But then I look at the content map. What content? There's no content coming out. So where is the drive? I wish we could get a game where the progression in a game was meaningful. It's been so long since we've had a meaningful game. The gamers want everything right now, fast, done. I wish we could just get past that. I wish we could get back to, like, meaningful, world-changing, world-impacting. Like, your efforts actually make a difference. Like, EVE Online is probably the best example of it. The players really do shape the world in EVE Online. It would be nice if we could get that level of game, where player actions are actually impactful and meaningful. But I don't know if we're ever going to be able to have that. I wish the bounce or the shrapnel would shrapnel to the gun. What do I think about you going back and getting a degree in political science? I think that you would be pushing the limits of fucking up your VA, because at some point they're already gonna look at your Civil Air Patrol and say, if you're able to do that, why aren't you able to have a job? And then if you're suddenly able to do your Civil Air Patrol and you're able to do and you're able to be in school, you're really gonna walk yourself right up to the line of catching an audit, and they might decide, hey, you know what, man, you've demonstrated that you can actually handle society, so welcome back to the workforce. So I think you got to be really careful how much you do. Yeah, but it's not about how many hours a week it is. It's about all the things that you've been it's all the things you've been able to accomplish in it. Like, you've completed a massive amount of trainings. So you need to think about that. I don't like to run the meta build. I could build. I have all the mats I have all the blueprints to do the boom boom. Yeah, it shreds everything. I just don't like running the meta. I like to figure out ways to do things without running the meta. I mean, at the end of the day, if all I was worried about was clearing content, I would run it. And one day I will finish my status mods. Yeah, I know, people that run the boom boom can clear this in about 90 seconds. I just don't want to run the meta. It's right now, it's the best gun there is. Yeah, that's the problem. Your history being unreliable is gonna get called into question when you do when you're able to go to college. You think Surge is fun too? See, the problem is, as I mentioned in one of the videos I did, when you start this game, you have to decide, are you going to go down the elemental path, or are you going to go down the non-elemental path? Now that you can blueprint transfer, you can swap between, but I don't have the mods to support elemental damage builds. So that's a big part of why I can't run the elemental builds yet. My mods just suck. Then that, and I don't particularly care for I don't particularly care for the machine gun. No matter, I like bounce. I don't run the bounce machine gun either. I just don't like the play style. I prefer, I use shrapnel for that particular boss just because bounce isn't really effective in either as bullseye. I love the Kuma Wink, and my main build right now is the Bramini. I love the sniper. I love the bounce sniper rifle. I played the bounce sniper rifle in beta, and then they nerfed the shit out of it. How much longer do I think I'll be playing this? I will probably be playing this for months. Until something new comes out. Yeah, the Kuma Wink is ridiculous. It's just a ridiculously fun weapon. Nope. Oh. The hell one is this? Cheer? Every time they add more emotes, it just gets even worse. Like 3 to 4 months, a year, what? Again, and the only way I would stop playing this is, one, if they did something completely terrible to the game, or two, if something else comes out that I want to play more. Hey, good luck with the rest. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good day. Go blow something up. How's the PvP on this? The PvP in this is terrible. Because they have absolutely no balance. There are literally one-shot weapons. There's one-shot weapons, there's no counterplay. And then the fans of PvP will turn around and they'll say, well, if you want a PvP, then you have to build a specific way. Right, you have to build a specific way. You have to build into a savior set. You have to go to a server, hopefully get the mods you need so that you have the defensive capabilities to not get owned every time you turn around. Which isn't fun for people because they don't have novice PvP servers. If they were smart, they would do a novice PvP server where you can't bring anything over there, but you can only go there once. So you go there, you get some base level PvP mods, and then you can go out into the world and have fun and enjoy and all these other things. But the biggest problem with the PvP is the same problem we have in most games with PvP. A large part of it is the systems, and then it's the players that use those systems. And I haven't seen a game in development lately that's properly addressing those issues. Like, everybody said, oh, Ashes of Creation is going to solve the Zerg PvP problem. No, it's not, because every piece of PvP I've seen is just Zerging. Now, Albion Online players love their Zerg versus Zerg, and that's fine. This is once human. This is a free-to-play, no pay-to-win, open-world survival game shooter, base builder, dungeon crawler, whatever it is. If you don't want a PvP, I 100% recommend this game. Unless you're saying I'm looking for a PvP game. If you're looking for a PvP game, this isn't it. If you're looking for a PvE game, I mean, I have over 4,000 hours in this game in a year. I was playing this game like 14 to 16 hours a day every day when I was first trying to get stuff done. I liked it being harder like it was previously. They've made it a little bit easier, which is all right. Yeah. Yeah, they used to have Evolution's Call Novice before, but they removed it. They did. I never understood why they removed it. I think part of it is they didn't want people going to that server thinking it was a good place to go as a new player. It's not on console yet. Their 2026 roadmap has it going to Xbox. Can you tell me how to build solar panels? I'm new in this game. Hit O. Go to logistics. Go to solar panels. Buy that mimetic. And then those are... It'll tell you what the ingredients or the things you need are. When you're at your base, you hit B. Facilities, water and power, and then small solar generator. Not PlayStation 5. I don't know that it's not coming out on PlayStation 5. I don't know that it is coming out on PlayStation 5. Because I have it on PC and I'm not a console gamer, I don't really pay attention to console news. But what they will do is when they're getting close, they'll give us the talking points. Yeah, 4,000 hours in a year. Remember, I'm retired. I don't go to a job. So. Also because of Smurfs ruining, trolling new players. Yeah, and that's that point that I talk about. The big problem with every PvP game is no matter how good the systems are, you're always going to have the common denominator that is the shitty PvP players. PvP players get upset that there's nobody wanting to go to the PvP servers, but then their behavior is what drives them away from the content. You don't know how to collect the ingredients, okay? The seed one. What seed one? You don't... You've lost me. You don't know how to collect this. I don't know what the seed one ingredient is. Are you talking about... trying to unlock it through the quest line? Then you follow through your main story quest until you get taken here. Gaia Cliff Monolith. You play in mobile? Oh, I can't help you. My last phone wouldn't let me load the mobile version. I've got a new phone, not to play the game on it. I got a new phone because my phone gave up the ghost. It was 6 years old. And I haven't installed the game on it. I don't really plan on installing the game on it. No real need to. When I'm not at the house, I'm not playing on mobile. When I'm not at the house, I'm doing something. I'll just finish what I'm doing and then get home to the house to my PC. Although, with as good as mobile games have gotten, It's nice to see. Did they ever fix the thing where the standard Joy-Con controller things that people play mobile games on weren't working with Once Human? So I thought that was silly as well. You launched your game, but you didn't make sure the controller support was top shelf. Why work for somebody else when you have the opportunity to be an entrepreneur? It's always a great question. A good answer to that question is the majority of, 20% of small businesses fail within the first year. Being an entrepreneur with no investment is very, very difficult. You play in iOS? Yeah, I can't help you. Unfortunately. But I do know when it first came out in mobile, people were talking about how controller support on mobile wasn't working. And they were like, well then why release? Nobody wants to play with their finger. Which seemed weird to me. It seemed so goofy that they would do that. But it is what it is. But yeah, if you don't, I don't know what seed you're talking about, unless you're talking about the harvest seed. And the harvest seed is just follow the main story quest till you kill the tree ant. And then that's the piece you're looking for. I never do it that way. I just unlock it, but on PC we can just unlock it on our own. We don't have to follow the piece. I didn't want that. I wanted that. Stick it on. What did Faye say? I must have lost it. The odd thing is I hate not being able to work. It drives me crazy when I have to sit at home and do nothing. I have a history of trying to be a productive member of society and then not being able to sustain it. Yeah, that's my problem. I really enjoyed teaching, but then the 3 incidents I had with students, I had to stop trying to teach. There's nothing. I can't do anything about the fact that stupid people are going to do stupid human tricks. I can't handle it. Confrontation used to not bother me at all. Now I'm afraid that somebody's going to get confrontational with me and I'm going to kill them. And I have an aversion to an 8x6 cell. Yep. I had a guy show up for his court-appointed class, and he showed up. The contract you sign says you have to be clean, you have to be sober, and he showed up and he was clearly drunk, and I can't let him in. And because I can't let him in, it gets registered as a no-show. And he was fighting with me over the fact, he's like, yeah, I know I'm drunk, but you can't give me a no-show because I showed. You have to report it that way. And I was like, man, you're drunk. You need to go. And he was like, I'm not leaving until you tell me. I was like, if you don't leave, I gotta call the police. And the last thing you want is to have the police called. He's like, well, I'm not leaving until you. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I go to shut the door, and then he pulled the door, and I was like, oh, fuck, it's on. It seems like certain people who like PvP have low regulation. Honor of the game doesn't impose it upon them. No, you're right. You're 100% correct. But it's adaptable Fox. It's that thing that I say all the time that true PvPers agree with and gankers disagree with, and so it's always easy to tell. If all you want is wins, you're not a PvPer, you're a ganker. If what you want is good fights, then you're not... Yeah, you're worried about the outcome when it's like over a castle or a region or a world boss. But if you can walk away from a fight smiling because it was a good fight, even if you lost, then you're a PvPer. if you're gonna throw a hissy fit because you lost, then you're a ganker. Because you weren't looking for a good fight, you were looking for the win. And people are like, well, what, do you go into fights wanting to lose? No, I go into the fight wanting the good fight. I want the good fight. I want to have fun. It's a video game. I play it. Today you lost to level 4 Golden Digby Boy. That sucks. I want to have PvP that's fun, that's entertaining. That's why I play the game. You know, that's why you play the game. You should be playing the game as a release from the world. I am mature enough to understand my friend will stop playing with me if they never get to win. Right. And you know what that is? When you get that, it means you're smarter than a rat. And I'm not even joking, because you seem like an intelligent individual. Go look up the rats and victories. Rats and victories in play. If you put a big rat in a cage with a little rat, if you know anything about rats, they need to wrestle for cognitive development. If you put a big rat in with a little rat, if the big rat wins more than 70 or 80% of the time, the little rat will stop wrestling. I'm sorry, if the big rat wins more than 80% of the time, the little rat will stop wrestling, and then they both suffer from diminished cognitive development. But if the big rat lets the little rat win about 35% of the time, then it'll keep trying because it wins sometimes. And then they both experience cognitive growth. It's amazing to me that rats can figure this out. Rats can figure out that you gotta let the underdog win or he'll stop playing. It's kind of like in Little League, they have the slaughter rule, but then sometimes after the slaughter rule, the coach will pitch to the other team, so the other team gets batting practice and your team gets fielding practice. Kids that never win a single game in Little League don't want to keep playing Little League. Now, some of those kids should probably not play Little League. Some of those kids are fucking terrible. But the kids that are good that get put on a shitty team, they'll also not want to play anymore. Because they don't like being on a shitty team. And so somebody took that idea, and that's when we came up with the idea of participation trophies, not keeping score, all of that stuff. But that's the wrong lesson being taught. And so gamers need to remember that. And I've had good guild leaders. I've had really good guild leaders that will turn around and say, let them have it. When you're thinking to yourself, I know we could win this, but it's not about winning it today. And this was in EVE Online. It wasn't about winning it today. It was about not having weeks at a time where we don't get any fights. It's why my guild leader, my alliance leader, would see fleets that were forming up to go out, and he'd be like, what fight do you guys expect to have with 150 person roaming fleet? Be like, well, we'll find somebody. He'd be like, break that into 5 fleets of 30 people and go 5 different directions, and you'll find fights. And if you find a big fight, there's other fleets out that can start getting towards you. And he was absolutely right. That's what would happen. Our fleet of 30 would run into a fleet of 50 and start duking it out. And then our other fleets would be coming in and their reinforcements would be coming in. And pretty soon it's 5 hours later and you've had a hell of a time. In ArcAge, early on in ArcAge, before people got completely ridiculously overpowered, having a great time with Kraken, fighting over Kraken, being there for 4, 5, 6 hours. Some people are like, man, that sucks. I just want to get the content done and leave. But I thought you said you wanted PvP. Yeah, I want PvP because I want to beat the other guy. Well, then you're not looking for PvP. You're looking for the easy win. Know what your priorities are. That's why I was looking forward to Ashes. One of the things I was really looking forward to about was the castle sieges and the node sieges. I was really looking forward to that. I thought this is going to be a game that has meaningful PvP. And then I've come to the realization that it probably won't, which is okay. Not every game developer can actually develop what they said they were going to develop, and that's okay too. Yeah, 6 hours, man. Be there for over 6 hours, fighting back and forth, trying to position. Some of it trying to make sure the other guys couldn't get the content done so that it would fall into the off hours. I did not hear what Dean Cain said about the new Superman. The caravan system sounded fire when your main focus was going to be a traveling merchant. Yeah, it sounded great, and then whatever the scenario is, they couldn't make it happen, or they realized they acquiesced to players who were crybabies. He said that the new Superman might be too woke. Okay. I think anybody that uses the word woke needs to be fucking slapped. Because the word woke is one of the dumbest words that I've ever heard. Like, it's such a dumb phrase, I don't even know what it means. Is there a trick to get a high chance to catching deviants? Yes. The trick to having a high chance to catching high-level deviants is to have a set of tier 5 gloves, and that increases your base chance on level 5s to 20%, and then securement soup, or the lower grade one, gives you a higher chance. Are they really making Black Panther a white guy? No. Oh, you're gonna go? Okay, you go. And that's one thing in entertainment that's always irritated me. I think it's insulting, personally, when Hollywood blackwashes a white character to try to have some sort of racial inclusion, when they gender bend a character in order to have female inclusion. If you go through the Marvel universe, I know Marvel a little bit better than I know DC. I mean, I know DC, I know Batman really well, but you go through, hey, what movies I hyped for? What's up, Mr. M? I'm not really hyped for any movies right now, to be honest. John Wick 5, mainly because I want to see what direction they go with it. Keanu Reeves needs to, like, be given a break, though, because he's got no knee left. Avatar, the next Avatar I'm interested in. I want to see what direction they go with the avatars. But as I was saying about Marvel doesn't need to Coyote versus Acme. I haven't heard of that. They don't need to they don't need to blackwash a character. They can simply look at the rich collection of characters that already exist in Marvel, and they could say, you know what? There's already amazing characters in this. Let's not make a stupid decision. Wile E. Coyote suing the Acme Corporation over the Roadrunner. That would be hilarious. What you could do is look at Cable. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at Bishop. Bishop is an amazingly powerful mutant in the X-Men series. So why do we need to mess around with color washing people in the MCU when we can simply take a character and do his story properly? Like, you could make a brand new character, but like, what irritates me about society is nobody wants to speak out and outright say this shit is wrong. Like, Snow White, played by Rachel Zegler. Snow White is pretty well described in the writing. The entire concept of Snow White is that she needs to, I don't know, be white. What characters do I want to see make an appearance in Acme versus Coyote? Well, I mean, obviously, if you're going to do Acme versus Coyote, you're going to have Bugs Bunny. You gotta have Bugs in there somewhere. But really, other than that, I'd like to see Bugs Bunny as the judge. That'd be funny as shit. I'd like them to put Speedy Gonzalez in it, just to get over this nonsense wokeness. Yosemite Sam, yeah. We got rid of Speedy Gonzalez because he's offensive to Hispanics. Growing up my whole life, man. My wife's side of the family is Hispanic. Never heard one fucking person say they found Speedy Gonzalez offensive. Know a lot of people whose last name is Gonzalez who go by the nickname Speedy. LeBron James? No, I don't want to see fucking LeBron James in Coyote versus Acme. Why would I want to see LeBron James in Coyote versus Acme? What does LeBron James have anything to do with Coyote versus Acme? Hi, Isha. Well, Foghorn Leghorn? The dude southern as fuck is racist as hell. Who's he? Who's he racist against? I said hi. What's up? Here's the thing. How is Foghorn Leghorn racist? Yosemite Sam, how's he racist? Coyote vs. Acme is set 5 years after Space Jam 2. Yeah, that's fine, but I don't need LeBron James in a movie that has nothing to do about basketball. Like, he doesn't need to be there. Not his jam, man. Not his setting. He doesn't need to be there. See, when people say that cartoon characters are racist, who are they racist against? They're fucking cartoon characters. Michael B. Jordan, you're confusing me, man. What, why would I want to see real world people in a... I don't want to see any real world people in a, cartoon. Like, what does Michael B. Jordan have to do with, Wile E. Coyote suing the Acme Corporation? Like, I don't want to see any actors. I want to see cartoon characters. Like, what value does Michael B. Jordan have to the movie? Like, none. What I want to see is I want to see cartoon characters. I want to see, like, if you're gonna the Tasmanian Devil, yeah, I could see the Tasmanian Devil. What I would really like is I would have really liked if they had done a follow-up to what was supposed to happen with Roger Rabbit, in that the Disney characters and the Warner Brother characters were in a movie together, and then when Warner Brothers wanted to do a movie, the Disney characters would appear in it, and Disney decided to not do it that way. And like most things Disney does, it ruins a lot of future collaborations because you don't stick to your word. I think Who Framed Roger Rabbit was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And then after Who Framed Roger Rabbit, if my brain is not too fogged over, we got Cool World after that, which was another cool idea, a really interesting way to do cinematography. If that's how they were going to do Coyote versus Acme, where it was like an in and out of the cartoon world thing, then we could say, who do we want to see? But I would need to know, like, the right people in the right setting. Now, I will tell you who I don't want to see in any more movies. I don't want to see Pedro Pascal in any more movies, because he's been in fucking everything. I don't want to see Denzel Washington in any more movies for a while, because he's been in fucking everything. Like, Pedro Pascal didn't want to be Din Djarin anymore. And it's like, dude, you built this whole... You kind of are responsible. Yeah, and now he's Mr. Fantastic. Like... Yeah, the dude from The Office, whose name escapes me at the moment, but he should have been Mr. Fantastic. The Rock is... Well, The Rock was everywhere. Now The Rock is realized... After Black Adam, The Rock, Dwayne, figured out that his days of showing up and being popular... It's just like... Disney needs to stop making Marvel movies. They need to realize that they had a really good run, and they cobbled together a really good MCU. But what Disney needs to realize is, honestly, you have a really great idea and a really great foundation for how to move forward with things. So what you need to do is you need to not make a Marvel movie for about 10 years. And I mean this sincerely. Or you need to recognize that you are going to reboot the MCU in about 10 years. Yeah, you got to let the people age out a little, but you also have to with what they're doing with the Harry Potter series on Warner Brothers is all the people that sign up to do the Harry Potter series on Warner Brothers, they're contractually obligated to that series. There's not going to be any I don't want to do this anymore. You're doing it because you've contractually obligated yourself to do it. As far as I'm aware, they're not allowing anybody to have potential buyouts either, which means that's it. You've committed, as it should be. If you commit to a 10-year project, there shouldn't be a, oh, I don't want to do it anymore. Do I want Jennifer Goodwill to voice Roadrunner? I wasn't aware that the Roadrunner spoke. Jennifer Goodwill. Jennifer Goodwin? Help me out. Jennifer Goodwill. I'm having trouble placing the face. Yeah, you too, huh? Me. Yeah. If we're talking about the meep and the tongue sound, then maybe. I don't. It's not particularly. I don't particularly say like I want this actor to do this thing, because I don't particularly care. I want it to be good. Judy voice actor. Who's Judy? The only Judy I know is Judge Judy. From Zootopia. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. I don't think she would be bad at that. Speaking of crossing over, though, because I was about to say that would mean she's crossing over from Disney to Warner Brothers. The Jeremy Renner thing, man. Did you guys see? He basically, Jeremy Renner basically is done with Marvel. He's done being Hawkeye. He went and signed a $75 million deal with DC, and a lot of that has to do with just how he was treated. And I don't blame him. He got Charlie Sheen will never work for Disney. Why? Because Jeremy Renner got screwed out of being in Mission Impossible 4 because Disney wouldn't release him from his on-call status for an Avengers movie or one of the Marvel movies. I don't have all the details right in front of me, but he was contractually obligated to be available to act if they needed him. And they never used him. But because the filming overlaid with Mission Impossible 4, he couldn't be in Mission Impossible 4, which means he didn't get paid for Mission Impossible 4. And then they wanted him to be in Hawkeye Season 2 or whatever. I forgot what the thing with Haley Steinfeld is. They wanted him to be in that, but they wanted to pay him less than what they paid him for Season 1. And he was like, not really interested at that rate of pay. and they just fucked him over. Like, Disney makes more than enough money to pay actors, but it seems like Disney doesn't want to cultivate good relationships. They cost themselves Johnny Depp by just not being good human beings. It's not surprising a lot of people aren't wanting to work with Disney at the moment. And then it's funny though, because in the Hugh Jackman thing with Deadpool and Wolverine was whatever Hugh Jackman wanted to make that movie fucking carried, right? Carried Disney for a bit. But you're like, what are you doing? You're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. As Doctor Doom. Why? What sense does that make? Unless you're doing the Doctor Doom Iron Man bizarro comic line, right? But we have just terrible choices. Yeah, they cost themselves Johnny Depp because they didn't just do the right thing and say, let's wait until the outcome of the trial. Do I think Coyote versus Acme will be better than ever, since Looney Tunes movies will be better than ever? Single Looney Tunes movies, including Space Jam. I think it's going to be hard to do better than the original Space Jam. The original Space Jam was like a gem, a marvel of cinematography. It's going to be difficult to do better than that. Now, production-wise, quality-wise, it might be better because technology has come along. But I don't necessarily know if it's going to be quote unquote the best. Again, it's going to be hard to overcome, say, you literally just empty these. It's going to be hard to overcome, say, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, because Who Framed Roger Rabbit has such an amazing... Oh no, they're automatically emptying. Who Framed Roger Rabbit has such an amazing storyline, right? It's such an amazing idea. Remember the day the Earth blew up? I remember the day the Earth stood still. You have that many things? Oh, because you have two. The Christian Bale Batman movies. The Christopher Nolan Batman movies. Yeah, the Christopher Nolan Batman movies are pretty good. Just real quick. The Daffy... No, I don't know that particular one. There's a Daffy movie, The Day the World Blew Up. I don't know that one. Let me grab a soda. Be right back. Here's the other problem with movies right now, though. It is so expensive to go to the movie theater. Everything in life has gotten so expensive in the last couple of years. To me, it's not worth it to go to the movie theater. If I take my wife and my kid to the movie theater, and I'm not even including if I invite the other kid to come. If I just invite my wife and my kid to the movie theater, then that's $15 for each of us. That's 45. And then if you can get away with only spending $50 at the concession stand, that's a victory in and of itself. So you have $50 for the tickets, $50 for the refreshments. Well, it's $100. That's 7 months of Netflix. Right? That's $7 of Netflix. That's 7 months of Netflix. I would rather have Netflix for 7 months. And then, if you add on to it, are you at home and then you eat a meal that you cooked and then you go to the movie theater? Or do you generally turn going to the movies into like an all-day affair? Like you go, you have dinner, and then you go to the movie, or you go to the movie and then you get food. Well, if you do that, then that's another probably $75, $80, $90. Well, who can afford that? It's like, even if you get fast food, yeah, dinner and a movie, exactly. We're just in a situation where entertainment has become prohibitively expensive. Which sucks, because I used to love the movie theater. I used to love going to the movies. Now, granted, I didn't get popcorn, I didn't get a soda, I didn't do any of that. Most of the time I bring in a water bottle. Just bring my own water bottle in. If the movie theater serves Dasani or sells Dasani water, I just get a Dasani water bottle and bring in actual real water. I'm glad Netflix didn't buy Coyote versus Acme. Yeah, hold on. I need to look this shit up. Okay, so it is a real-world based movie. It is an American live-action animated comedy film. The film is based on 1990 New York Magazine article Coyote vs. Acme, which itself is based on a cartoon character. Warner Brothers initially shelved it to obtain a tax write-off, but later reversed. Oh, this is the movie that they shelved, and then they're unshelving. After every product made by the Acme Corporation has backfired on Wile E. Coyote in his pursuit of the Roadrunner, down-and-out billboard human attorney Kevin Avery represents Coyote in a lawsuit. Yeah. But yeah, it is a real-world set movie with the Warner characters coming into the real world. Well, that's cool. John Cena is in it. Fuck off. This movie's gonna be fucking terrible. I'm sorry. This movie is going to be fucking terrible. It's got John Cena as Acme's corporate lawyer. Fuck off. Yeah, it's like a Roger Rabbit movie, but it's gonna be fucking terrible because it got John Cena in it. Like, why? Why would you do that? John Cena is like one-dimensional acting at best. He's a great motivational, he's a great speaker. He can do a great promo in the WWE. Right? But like as a lawyer? Really? The fans voted this? I doubt that. Let me... No, the fans didn't vote for it. He was picked, he was cast to be it after working with James Gunn on the Suicide Squad in 2022 and 2021 and Peacemaker in 2022. Yeah, so apparently it's all filmed and done. Oh, yeah, so the movie's finished. It's just in post-production now. Yeah, it can have a panel at Comic-Con, but the filming's done. All the filming is finished. They're doing the cartoon work now. And the fans didn't vote on it. The fans are responsible for it getting taken off the shelf, but the fans had nothing to do with John Cena being in it. I feel bad too because John Cena is very much he's like a Schwarzenegger. Yeah, the fans voted for it to be released, but the fans didn't vote on that either. They didn't vote on it. They created a movement for it to happen. Fans don't vote on stuff to make a corporation do things. Shareholders can do that. I think it's important. Like, unless something happened that I'm not aware of and Warner Brothers came out and said, here's a popular vote, do we release the movie or not? I'd say it's more that fans influenced Warner Brothers to do it, which is going to be interesting to see the tax implications, since they shelved it for a tax write-off. Do I want Lola in Cody versus Acme? Again, if there's a place for her, but again, it's all filmed, and I didn't see Lola Bunny on the list of characters. So I'm a little confused as to why you keep asking me if I want characters in it. The movie's filmed, so you're kind of confusing me in this. They're not. It's not like it matters what I want. It's done. Yeah, they tried to sell it for $80 million. Nobody met their price. It was sold to Ketchup Entertainment for $50 million. Following it, yeah, so... I wonder if it has to wait until 2020, if it had to wait till 2026 for any tax implications. Tucker Hawkey is the Roadrunner's voice. I'm not sure where you got the Jennifer Goodwill. Tucker Hawkey is the voice of Roadrunner. Jeff Bergman. What do you mean my reaction to the Minions 3 announcement? Minions 3 is... Oh, Minions 3, not Despicable Me 3. Don't particularly care. It's not a big deal for me. Really? I want the list. I don't want this. I want the other list. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's very many. Sadly, it doesn't look like there's very many cartoon characters in this at all. Piano and Boulder Mover, Stenographer, Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, FBI Agent, Acme Attorney. That's gonna be interesting. Kids do love them Minions. Minions makes Universal Studios a ton of money. If you've ever been to Universal Studios Orlando, they've turned their main strip into all Minions. Like a good chunk of the Main Street park. Once you get past, once you get into the park, on the right-hand side is, well, on the left-hand side is the Minions ride. The right-hand side is the Minions Shootout ride. Then the Minions Cafe is down there. So, will I be watching Ice Age 6 when it comes out? Probably not, unless my kid says to me, "Hey, can we watch this?" I basically watch the movies that my kid wants to watch, and my kid hasn't really watched movies in several years. My kid is more a gamer now, but if my kid wants to watch a movie, we'll watch it. It would be kind of cool to see all the Minions movies or all the Ice Age movies back in the theater. That'd be interesting. They did that with the Harry Potter movies for the anniversary. That was a lot of fun. My wife thought it was one movie a day for 8 days. It turned out it was 2 movies a day for 4 days. So we were at the movie theater for 24 hours out of 96 hours. We were at the movie theater. We had to pick our kid up early from school. Luckily, that movie theater sells food, like burgers and fries and stuff. So we were there. That was a fun time. Now, it would be nice to, like I said, it would be nice to get good movies again. I know there's 2 Saw movies in development. One's a prequel, and then one's a continuation of... So one's a prequel somewhere between Saw 2 and the end of the story, and then one's an add-on to Saw the Final Chapter. It was funny that Chris Rock ended up producing Spiral, and then realizing just how terrible the game was, or the movie was. And so you literally have Saw, the Book of Spiral, or Spiral from the Book of Saw, and then it just died. My reaction to Toys R Us movie announcement. A live-action Toys R Us movie is in development with Story Kitchen, the studio behind Sonic the Hedgehog. The movie aims to capture childhood wonder associated with the brand through a modern, fast-paced adventure. It's inspired by films like Night at the Museum and even Barbie, and will explore the toy retailer's 70-year history. That's a stupid fucking movie idea. If you were gonna try to do a Toys R Us movie, you should have maybe done a Toys R Us movie when Toys R Us was still open. I don't really see the value in a Toys R Us movie. I just don't see it. I mean, you're doing a movie about a game, about a... Hollywood is running out of ideas. Hollywood is not running out of ideas. Hollywood has the wrong idea about what they should be making. Instead of doing reboots of successful movies, why doesn't Hollywood do reboots of movies that failed? At work, saw you live, had to say hi. Hey, Frost. Appreciate it. What I don't get is why don't they do a reboot of like Aragon? And if they really wanted to have movies that they could do that they could handle, what they should do is Gail Z. Martin's Chronicles of the Necromancer, Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn, Brandon Sanderson's Way of Kings, The Belgariad. But what Hollywood needs to do, if they want to be seen as making good, yeah, they did that movie dirty. They did it real dirty. What they need to do is they need to recognize a book doesn't mean a movie. Ender's Game was garbage. Ender's Game was absolute, vile, terrible garbage. Because Ender's Game, there are parts of Ender's Game that are 4 pages that lend themselves to being 20 minutes of screen time. One of the greatest fantasy worlds ever made ruined in cinema. Where's Peter Jackson when you need him? Yeah. The other thing is that you need to allow you need to have a director, producer, publisher, whatever, have the creative freedom to develop what he needs to develop. And you can't be shortchanging him. You can't be keeping him on a budget. Like, I would like to see a version of Lord of the Rings with, I don't want to see just the extended version. I want to see a version of Lord of the Rings with all of the footage you filmed made available. Like, what's his name? Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott oftentimes has hours and hours and hours of footage that doesn't get included into the final cut. Well, let him cook, man. Let the guy cook. Yeah, how they make the brother a moronic bully. All 3 of them were beyond geniuses, and they portrayed that so bad. And then the other thing that they didn't do in Ender's Game, the book, was that they cut the entire Peter Valentine Locke and Demosthenes part of the storyline out. Well, you took out a giant part of the understanding. Like, you don't ever get the sense that Ender is this fucking military genius because you don't see the work that his brother and sister are doing. You just get this idea that he's really, really good. Like, they did that entire book dirty. Didn't Potter get neutered like that? Didn't most people die in the books? Not most people. But Harry Potter stayed pretty true to the books until the Half-Blood Prince. And then they realized that they needed to make some changes. Which is fine. I get it, right? Yeah. Peter ruled Earth. And they don't portray that very well. I 100% agree with you. But as somebody said, Hollywood is running out of ideas. Hollywood is running out of easy, profitable ideas. And that's where the problem is coming in. If it's not easy to make the money, then Hollywood doesn't want to do it. Hollywood wants to do the things that are easy for Hollywood to do. But yeah, I would love to see them redo movies that have failed and then leave movies that have been successful alone. Like we don't need a Harry Potter reboot so soon. We don't need it. You're doing it for the money. You're not doing it like it. I could almost see if you're saying 20 years after the last movie, now we're doing a Harry Potter for the new generation. But I don't think it's been 20 years since the last movie. I could be wrong. I don't think it's been 20 years since the last movie. I think 2 years ago was 20 years since the first movie. But again, I could be wrong. Well, I guess it could. No, it couldn't be. Not yet. What year did the last movie come out? But the other sad part is, how is it that we need to... How is it we need to redo Harry Potter? Are you telling me that among all the other... pieces of original content, we can't get something else? You remember Harry Potter sold an interactive wand for the Harry Potter booth. I may or may not have a little bit of a problem collecting wands. Just a little one. Just a little problem. Just a little problem. I mean, this one is an interactive wand. See, but what I do for my kids is I get a wand every year for free. Because what I do is when I go down there, I buy a gift card the first day I'm there for all their souvenirs. And then so I get the free wand, but it's not really free because I bought the gift card. But if they're gonna give me a free wand because I buy a gift card, then I'll just take that as my souvenir. So, and now they have new wands. And now their new wands, and this was one of those things where I think is dirty, but it's such a smart play. Their new wands keep track of your spells, and you get grades and you get ratings in your owls, in your ordinary wizarding levels. And so what happens is either you killed a lot of wizards or you robbed Ollivanders. Yeah, they have 2nd generation wands now that tie into your phone app. So it keeps track of your progress. And then in order to do some leveling, in order to do some things, you have to level up high enough. And then where they're smart but they're shitty at the same time is that one of the places you need to go can only be done at Epic Universe. So you have to go to Epic to do it. But you have to be a certain rating before you can do it. So you don't want to go to Epic Universe until you have that rating. So it gives you the motivation to go to all 3 parks. Because if you go to all 3 parks, then you level up your owls. So it's really smart. It's a really, really, really smart idea. And in fact, if Disney would call me up to design their 5th park, I don't design rides, but the whole concept is I would design the 5th park with the whole idea of like Kingdom Hearts. Like you go in and I would make the 5th park a whole adventure with a small Keyblade. And then what you do is you have detachable and reattachable or different style Keyblades. You basically take the whole Harry Potter idea, but when you build your new park, you include that idea in it. Oh my god, you'll sell fucking Keyblades for days. I also said that what they should have done when they built Galaxy's Edge is right at the beginning of Galaxy's Edge, they should have had 2 paths. There should have only been 1 entrance in and out of Galaxy's Edge. And then they should have had 2 portals, the dark side and the light side. And as soon as you walk through, little Jedi robes, little Sith robes. They would have made so much money. They would have just printed money.
This is crazy. It's a Rosetta facility we're talking
Ah.
There's something strange about this place. Even by Rosetta's standards.
So, yeah, Rail, I've got the bad news, man. I think I finally reached the point with this game where it's not fun anymore. I think sitting here today, I've come to the realization. Am I maxed on chests? You mean the Starlight chests? No. But the last couple of days, I haven't been able to stay up to that ridiculous, oh, chests as in storage chests? No, I shouldn't be. And if I am, there's a couple of wood ones. No, I'm not maxed on 64s.
I can't tell what it is yet.
Yeah, I think sitting here today is the first time I'm thinking to myself, this isn't fun. Like, I may be having a crisis of gaming faith. Yeah, you were there last season. Rail is at the point where Rail has the almost a perfect boom boom set. Yeah, the classes help, but it's like, why? Rail has got an amazing boom boom set. He doesn't like playing it because it makes the game too easy.
It's Ted here. Dennis! Damn it, Dennis. Where the hell are you? There's something here. It's coming after me. Dennis, if you can hear me, just take the supplies and get out of here. Now!
Yeah, I have everything except my elemental set.
I finally found you. Dennis, wake up.
Hello, can I show you off? Oh no, I can't.
You got me.
He ran away.
All I know is we gotta get out of here.
So,
Now.
your fast gunner mods are nuts. Nice.
I don't think that'll hold much longer.
So this might be becoming my 1 day a week game. So without an elemental build, no, I can do everything. It's just when we started playing, he went elemental, I went bullseye. And then from bullseye I went to bounce and then crit because you can branch off easier. You either have to decide that you're going to be an elemental build or you're going to be the other builds. Because without a perfect mod set on your elemental build, you do very diminished damage. His damage is diminished by the fact that certain bosses don't take the status damage, but we're within 1% of each other in the dungeons. If the bosses all took the elemental damage properly, he would be crushing my damage. In the one fight where they do matter, he does 65% of the damage in the dungeon.
Yeah, I got the supplies.
But no, the point is, like, as you saw earlier in the show, or you might not have, because you might not have been here, I tried to make a mod, and I used all of my good parts. I rolled 5 mods, didn't get an improvement. Well, that used 30 mods to do. Well, now I have to spend the time to get fodder to try again. Well, what are you doing? Squirrel bait? If the only thing you ever have to do is, yeah, a year ago the game was significantly harder, which meant when you accomplished things, it was like, wow, we got that. Like I'm about to do. Once you craft something you can't rebuild. No, you can. Except for mods. The only thing you can't like recycle is mod parts. And since mods are the true end game, you just got to go and do a lot of things to get the fodder, to get the mods you need. Yeah, mods. Everything else you can swap stars on. And it's fairly easy. But now that there's no new content coming for a while, I don't know how this is going to work out. So we'll see. Cheater? What are you talking about? Look, man, just because I used the Mr. Wish rocket does not make me a cheater. Might as well just go back in and give 2 racks. Yeah.
Someone back at Black.
You only need 1. He didn't really fucking think that he didn't really fucking think I was doing that bullshit by hand, did you? Yeah, Bunker Buster. That shit wasn't that wasn't happening. How did I not get credit for that? Did we not do Sigma yesterday? Oh, Pro. Sigma on Pro. Sigma on Pro. I'll go do that. I have to say I'm really, really excited because there's a new stir fry place that opened up. It's a build your own bowl stir fry place. It's not that expensive. It's like $20, which is kind of expensive. But they also have sushi, and that made me excited. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. My wife had a pain injection today, so I need to make sure that she doesn't, have any after effects. It's one thing I am not strong enough to go through. She broke 8 vertebrae and has to get pain injections. We're going to, I do not want to do this on Nightmare, thank you. I want to do it on Pro. She has to get pain injections, so we're going to Disney in 2 weeks. She had to get her pain injection today, so her pain block is there. Fucking all the time, people are like, well, if she broke 8 vertebrae, why is she fucking going to Disney? What the fuck else is she gonna do? Not enjoy life? She could end up hurting herself, yeah? She can end up fucking hurting herself walking down the stairs. Like, at some point, she'll be in a wheelchair. We're hoping it's in 6 years. When the next house we move into, we're buying a house that's wheelchair friendly from the very beginning. Have you noticed that though? And it's kind of like amazing how many people that you don't invite into a conversation suddenly put themselves in your conversation. Like, hey man, nobody asked. You need to say in this conversation, right? At least you were polite about it. You told me you needed a say. Most people just have a say. They don't even tell you. It's like one of the few times my father-in-law was actually like I caught him off guard and I made him laugh. I got tired of my mother-in-law. I think mother-in-laws and son-in-laws never get along. But my mother-in-law said to me, she's like, you know what I need you to do? And she told me. And I said to her, well, you know what I need you to do? And she's like, what's that? I'm like, shut the fuck up. And she got like offended. And I think my father-in-law snorted his coffee. Because that's just who my mother-in-law is. She tells everybody how things are going to be. It's like, I'm sorry. Did I ask? Did I ask your opinion? Because I don't recall asking your opinion. I don't recall wanting your opinion. I just came into this room and I feel like I don't know what's being talked about, but I want to say. That's right, exactly. Thank you. You don't even know what's going on, but you want to have a say. That's just life, man. It's like yesterday during the politics show, I had one other clip I was going to show, but we never got around to it. And what it was about a server who responds to somebody saying, well, I shouldn't have to tip you. And these two are going back and forth on TikTok. And what I think is funny is the server was like, the server made the last video in the series and says, this isn't as big of a gotcha as you think it is. If suddenly all the server jobs go away, servers will just go do other jobs. If you have other skill sets that can go make you more money, go make more money. But what I think is funny is when servers are complaining about people who don't tip 15, 20, 25%. First of all, you're talking like a next level service if I tip you 25%. But I was at the stir fry place. And I noticed that my server had 3 tables. And each table, right? Each table had 3 people at it. So if you factor in 9 people at $20, well, $20 each for the bowl, that's $180. Even if you only made 10% on that, that would be $18 in an hour. So where's your complaint? If you had 3 tables and they each tipped you 10%, you're going to make a minimum of 18 for that hour. And that's the discussion I want to have with modern servers. Like, you're getting mad because people aren't tipping over a certain percent. But is it because your average take home isn't what you want it to be? But why, should a server be making more than $18 an hour? And then this other guy made this video and I was like, I give up about society, man. I just give up. Is this game worth it? Yes, I think this game is worth it. This is currently my main and really my only game that I play. In just over a year, I accumulated about 4,000 hours on this game. I'm really hoping that they continue to iterate on the game, because I would love for like the next batch of stuff to come out. I hope that they make some changes to help deal with the RNG of progress. I hate RNG in my progress. RNG in my progress is terrible. They have a mod system that is all RNG. I don't like that. And I don't like it because I don't want to feel like I played... No, we're not pushing... Dude, 6K hours is a ridiculous amount. 6K hours, even including the beta, is a ridiculous amount. And And I'll tell you how ridiculous of a number that is, right? The game's been out for a year. So 6,000 hours divided by 365. That would be 16 hours a day. That would be averaging 16 hours. That's a crazy amount. I mean, think about that. That would mean other than sleeping and playing, that's all you did. You slept or played the game. You were at 4,000 hours when the chrono thing was in the game, but that included your beta testing time. Because the chrono thing was picking up on your UID. And 4K is a lot. Oh yeah, we test things, we break things. We were, Rail and I were some of the people that were, in the very first season, we were dealing with the Nightmare Prime Wars, trying to help people understand what they were doing wrong, and then we were in one of the first groups. We were in the group that had the first clear of 2 of the 3 Prime Wars. Another server killed one of the 3 because we just had a bunch of chuckle-a-fucks that wouldn't do it right. But yeah, we were on all the time. And it is a really good game. That's all you did in the ArcAge days was slept and played the game. Yeah, we had the fastest on Oasis. We not anymore. We did at the time. But yeah, at the time before easy mode, we had the fastest on Oasis. ArcAge 2, ArcAge Chronicles, is supposed to come next year. That's gonna be interesting. I am a little worried about. I said this the other day, and I said it in the written article. I said it in the written article that I did about ArcAge Chronicles. I wasn't worried that Jake Song had left ArcAge Chronicles or had left XL Games because ArcAge Chronicles was so close to completion. But now I am a little bit worried about ArcAge Chronicles. And the reason why I'm a little bit worried about ArcAge Chronicles now is, sure, the game is done up to a point where Jake Song's presence isn't needed. But now that they're going to launch the game, are they going to be able to iterate content down the pipe without Jake Song? Is this my house? Yeah, this is my house. Nothing like looking through your own skull. Yeah, we used to have slightly better bases, but what we do is we build on 3x3s and then build out from there so that these are easier to place if we get merged. When your house gets merged, it's such a fucking nightmare. I can do more what's your problem? What are you guys complaining about? Oh. Yeah, I used to love building in this game. Fuck it now. Yeah, kind of, unfortunately. And that's why I wish that they would just listen to common sense about the permanent servers. Make the permanent servers have 5 permanent worlds. You wonder how ArcH 2 is going to be? ArcH 2 should be really good. Because what they've said is that they recognized what they did wrong, and they're fixing it. I'm gonna have to get rid of the mushroom people. If I'm not planting if I'm not planting bulk, I have to start planting by myself, because these fucking mushrooms, they don't use any common sense. Fuck's sake. How is that out of movable range? I literally moved it there. Oh, fuck's sake. Sometimes this goddamn game. There. Now we'll fix it. Yeah, I need to... Well, you shouldn't have any at the gardener's place. Because you don't want... Didn't you tell me you don't want the mushroom people? What the fuck are you talking about? What is this bullshit? Out of movable range. How? What fucking insanity is this? Anyway, like I was saying, ArcH 2, ArcH Chronicles should be really good. Except, what I'm worried about now is that with Jake Song leaving XL Games, they might have enough pieces to put the game out as a core game. But are they going to have enough pieces to keep the game going? Yeah, Jake Song was the man with the master plan, and when you see that Cacao Games bought XL Games, what they were buying was Jake Song's development studio. And now he's not there anymore. And so, is it worth it? Is there anything about the studio that's special now that he's not there? Dude, that sucks. Jake Song cannot work freely with corporate overlords hovering about. Right, and this is where... you remember that scene in Demolition Man where Sylvester Stallone's character was like, you get a little bit dirty, you get a lot clean, and never mind, you'll figure it out. That's kind of how it is with the gaming industry. It was great to see Intrepid Studios come out and try to turn the entire thing on its head. It was great to see that. But it was never going to work. And the reason why it was never going to work is because there is an idea of what you're asking for isn't doable. What you're trying to do isn't doable. It doesn't mean that it's impossible, because remember, not doable and impossible are two different things. It's just not doable. And I don't want to be like Debbie Downer, but if it was so easy to do dynamic gridding, wouldn't Unreal Engine have dynamic gridding in it natively? I mean, if you're treating it like it's so easy to do, then you would think that game companies would have already, you know, unraveled the secrets. And it's not that your studio can't do it, because I don't want to be like, yeah, you can't do it, it's beyond your capability. But you have an awful lot of other things you need to build. So before you try worrying about all the other things you need to build, you decided to do dynamic gridding. And again, not saying dynamic gridding isn't a good thing to try for, but you should have built the game with the tools you had. Let's build the best possible game we can build with the tools that we have available to us. And if that means we have to say to ourselves, how are we going to build the game with static gridding? Then how do we build it with static gridding? Jake Song is the type of baller who can turn around and say, you know what? I want to try for this, but he has the engineering background. He has the team background. He has all the bits and bobs that he can do it. It was weird to me that a game studio was going to try to take a giant bite out of the biggest apple without the background to say, oh, you know what? Which is why this game vexes me sometimes. Because I don't think they know what the plan is. Like, we're going to introduce classes. Cool. Introduce classes. Yeah, your bits and bobs. Like, what's this big thing? This is Manibus. This is like the end boss of this scenario. So the big storyline is he's trying to take over this world. And now he's trying to come through the portal. And we're supposed to be stopping him. But whoever starts this fucking nightmare all the time doesn't bring Reds with them. Yeah, they've been trying to get this done for 2 days. And every time they start it, nobody ever brings plasma missiles. Like, how are you gonna start content and not have the stuff you need for it? Which is always goofy to me. The only thing that can damage him is red plasmas. Like, you could spend forever shooting at him with anything else you want, and it's not gonna, nothing works. which is a shame because a long time ago in a land far away, we used to have really good servers. We used to have really good people on really good servers. But most of them probably went to either private servers or different games. And it is a really, really fun game. And maybe what I need from it, and I'm always willing to say this, maybe what I need from it is just a break. Maybe going over to Dune for, you know, my personal playtime would be important. I'm just, man, I was hoping that Chrono Odyssey was coming out. Now finding out that the launch is next year. That's rough. Oh, I'll stream Dune. But what I mean is, I'll stream this, I'll stream Dune. I have to stream this X amount of time a month because I'm in their creator program. And the last thing I want to do is leave their creator program and then them come out with good shit and then we have to get back into their creator program. And their creator program right now is what's keeping the company afloat, really. My company, I don't want to exist on Twitch subs again. Like if you got Prime and you throw me a Prime sub, great. I mean, I'm never going to turn down money for the company, but I'd like to get to the point where the company runs on zero cost to my viewers. That's why right now I have to take the amount of money that I have in holding and I need to double it so that if something were to happen, I can exist for... I need 2 years of seed money is really what I need. Or I need to get back to being a creator for a game where I actually, you know, got a following again. Not that I don't love all 17 of you here in other places, but used to make a lot more money on Twitch. I don't care about making the money. It's just if I don't make money, I don't make music. Because I don't make the music. I pay other people to. But I do have an amazing blues album coming out in a couple of weeks. Vladimir kicked ass on that project. So that project's gonna be coming out. That'll be a good time. Why this thing is... Twitch slash a lot of streamers' income for ads and other stuffs. Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with assholes like Smurg, who got caught view botting to the tune of thousands of view bots. All these people that say view botting doesn't hurt anybody, view botting hurts everybody. Because as soon as, people keep telling me Kick offered that. I didn't see it. Yeah, what it is that it's not automatic. Yeah, there is an hourly rate on Kick, which is different than Twitch. But it's not automatic. It's not automatic partner for people that are Twitch partners. It's automatic if you're a Twitch partner and you meet their criteria on Twitch. You don't have to meet their criteria on their platform, but you have to meet their criteria on Twitch. So if you're streaming on Twitch and you have whatever, 75 average viewers or more, when you apply at Kick and you show them your metrics, or Kick will look up your metrics, then they fast track you into their partner program. Which, again, if companies would vet the people they're sponsoring, then it would fix the problem. Because looking at somebody's concurrent viewership isn't a good metric. Looking at their followers is not a good metric. You want to look at a combination of what their viewership is and what their chat is. But now people run chat bots. And it's like, the only people you're hurting are yourselves. Like, you've cheated the system. Like, Smurg got banned. Smurg got fucking deleted. He got deleted so bad, he went to the fucking underrealm of streaming. Like, his channel is just gone. And I don't think he will ever be able to be a serious content creator again. So I hope he made all the money. Yeah, chat bots of people idling in other people's streams. I get rid of bots because, yeah, they just do emoji chat. And what's even worse is you can program them that from a Stream Deck, you can give them a command when you want them to be more active. Well, all you're doing is you're fucking up the. You are literally fucking up the income stream for you, for me, for everybody by doing that shit. Like, that is the absolute worst thing you could do. There are active AI chatters. They listen to the stream and speak with you. And yeah, people do the multi-streams to put them up higher in the category. Right. So what they're doing is they're not understanding that they're spending hundreds of dollars a month to be in the top of the category, but then everybody knows they're a fake and a fraud and a phony, except companies don't figure it out fast enough. And then what ends up happening is companies get mad. They don't want to advertise on Twitch because they realize that all their advertising dollars are going to bots. Why would, like, say and by the way, you shouldn't pay to do YouTube promotions either, even though they're done by YouTube. They fuck up your total metric. But why would a company want to spend $1 in Twitch advertising and not get $1.05 back in return on investment? And the answer is they wouldn't. So all these streamers that are buying view bots, embedded views, chat bots, you're hurting yourself. You're closing down your future market. Now, some of them don't give a shit. All they care about is making money today. They'll worry about tomorrow's problems tomorrow. Which is why I've always said I didn't have a goal after I made Twitch Partner. I should have set one, but after Twitch Partner, I've never had a goal. I made Twitch Partner. People told me I would never be a Twitch Partner. I made Twitch Partner. That was the end of my goals. Right after I made Twitch Partner was when I first got diagnosed with being sick, so I wasn't going to set any goals until I was healthy. I'm happy with having 18 viewers. I'm happy with the fact that people pop in and ask me a question. I'm happy with that. That's what I want. Some people are they're like, well, I have to grow because I'm trying to live on the money. Okay. Well, I hope you don't grow to a point where you end up getting banished to the underrealm because you're cheating. I mean, these things are chonky. I mean, granted, not a really good build because, oh, he's in the air. Nice. Hanging out in the air, just floating. Just chilling. Well, somebody showed up with missiles and they've managed to damage 2 of the arms to halfway. We might actually be able to clear this in 8 minutes. But yeah, Smurg and these other streamers that bought ViewBots took sponsorship money, and then those companies got hurt financially because they didn't get any return on investment on those streams. They should be taken out back. They should have to spend a few minutes in the woodshed because they hurt all streamers, which is why I was really glad when Asmongold and then several other streamers went right after Smurg, because it was after that he got banned, and he deserves to get banned. You're a fucking cheater. And what was even worse is Intrepid Studios knew what he was doing. They didn't address it, and then there were a bunch of small Ashes of Creation creators that stopped making Ashes content because they said, I can't compete with this guy. But in the next few years, you're gonna see a new streaming platform come out, and then it'll start to divide the market again. And Kick is really, if Twitch could figure out that the days of being unprofitable have to be over. Like, you look at how much money Asmongold made on Kick versus how much he made on Twitch. If he was doing it for the money, then it would be very, very, very silly for him to not make Kick his primary platform. And that doesn't mean he doesn't multi-stream. But then he starts to do things with the idea of, okay, I need to make decisions. I'm going to make decisions that are best for my Kick success because I'm making more than double the money with less than half of the viewership. And the very fact that that's even conceivable could let Twitch know we're doing something wrong. And it's not about giving the top people at Twitch the money. What it should be about is finding good mid-range people that you think can grow, that you can build a symbiotic relationship with them and sign them. You don't have to sign them to $24 million deals. Because let's be honest, Mixer spent over $100 million signing talent, and then 9 months later, Mixer was gone. Signing the talent didn't make you profitable. But what they could have done is they could have picked 50 mid-range streamers and given each of those 50 mid-range streamers $100,000, right? And if you pick 50 mid-range streamers, give them each $100,000 for 3 years, now you have 50 people trying to bring people to the platform. A $5 million investment that gets you, 100,000 streaming hours in the year, and you still let them make their gravy on top of that, that would have been a way smarter plan. So, at the time, Ninja was getting 100,000 viewers a day. 100,000 viewers an hour is what he was getting. This is what he was sitting at. They gave him something ridiculous like $50 million. Let me look it up real quick. Between 20 and $30 million. So let's say it's 20 million, right? You paid 20 million. I know they spent 100 million total between all of the talent. But you could instead, they get their money from gambling. From online gambling. So you take that pool of $20 million and instead you take 50 streamers, you pay them $100,000 a year. That's only $5 million. You sign them to a 3-year contract. So for a $15 million investment, what you're going to get is you're going to get 104,000 hours of content on your platform for $5 million. You sign them to 3 million, you sign them to 3-year deals, right? So you're taking 15 million, you're committing 15 million to them. What you've done is you've created 50 streams where people are now working towards bringing people to the platform because they want the gravy. So you've got 50 content creators that only cost you $100,000 a year each. Now some people will be like, well, the big names wouldn't do it for that. You're not worried about the big names. You're not trying to get the big names over there. You're trying to get 50 workhorses over there. And you've signed them to a contract, which means if they don't show up for the 2,080 hours, then they don't get paid. Now, of course, you're going to pay them monthly, and you can set the contract any way you want. You can make it a 40-hour-a-week gig. I don't care what 40 hours a week you stream, but now you have 50 people that when you identify somebody as really good, you use your social media to promote them and expose them. If they grow, a rising tide lifts all boats. Then you encourage them. You put them on teams. You figure out their schedule. Now you got to be careful when you start telling them that they're going to be on a schedule, because are you walking past the employee versus contractor thing? But what you say is, hey, you give a handful of them a manager. What are your hours going to normally be? What are yours? What are yours? What are yours? What we'd like to do is we'd like to see some cooperation, some collaborations. You guys have very similar audiences, but all streamers normally want to do this. They normally want to not share because they're afraid that by sharing, they're going to lose. And yeah, it's 100% likely, right? When you're like what I'm about to do, when you have a following and you introduce your following to another streamer, that following may like that other streamer better, so they start putting their tips, bits, subs, donos, time, effort, energy, resources, shares, all those things. But that is what it is. With that said, I am going to drop you guys off with a very wonderful streamer. She is very nice. Be nice. Go say hi. You don't have to stay. Just be nice. Just be nice. Say hi. I'm gonna get out of here. I will see you guys tomorrow for the usual politics stream.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think